Oh, fuck me. Oh boy. Ugh. Ugh. I can't stop eating these banana chips, man. I just can't. I cannot. Alright, so what are we doing today? First of all, I'm gonna drink some coffee, but it's not really quite done yet. We're gonna make some buttons. Button. We're gonna make some buttons. It's one of those words. Just like words is also one of those words. Yes. I did a little bit offline. I just added some random texturing to this. Just because I was a little bored and I just did it. So now you can tell kind of what things are. The cityscape, maybe you can't really tell what that is that well. But there are a few bugs that I can think of. Clicking outside of the map actually selects something, which it shouldn't do. And zooming, zooming needs to be implemented, or it needs to be changed in one of two ways. Either the zoom needs to zoom in towards the center of the camera, or it needs to zoom in towards the mouse. And I'm not sure which one I prefer. I actually think neither is better. Like, they're both fine, but they're like two sides of the same coin, and you can't have one or the other. So that's like a setting. So I think actually both should be implemented, so you can choose which one you like. But this one is unacceptable. This is unacceptable zoom. So I was working on this camera class. Where I was thinking of doing it so that we can fetch a viewport. And then here we have a viewport size, and the viewport size is the screen size. Which would then be set here somewhere. Preferred backbutt buffer width. And then graphics dot on I wonder where it is. Hold on. What is this shit? Okay. Event handler. I see. Yeah, I understand. It's just interesting that you can pass this in with plus equals like that. It's kind of weird. Hello, Akshu Edits, how's it going? I think we've got coffee now. What is this game now? I'm working on a hex-based strategy game, some sort. Right now we're just working on the UI and whatnot. I think the way this should work is that this should be a public vec to I current window size, right? And so here, when we set the stuff here, we're gonna say current window size equals new vec to I 1920 times 1080. I don't know if that's actually accurate at this moment, because this is the preferred, and that doesn't, I don't think that necessarily means that it manages to set it to that. So we could maybe do this, like we do on window size changed there, and then in here we set this. And then here we also do a debug dot right line. That's gonna say current window size set to current window size dot x plus current window size dot y. Then we run it. It doesn't run it. So that doesn't run on so all right, let's see. So after we hit this, we can't get it from on window size changed because it doesn't count as a Windows change. But yeah. Let's try running that. Where is my console? Did I just close it? See, I'm printing a rect somewhere. It's super annoying. Is it in here? in here. Rect. I need to write the script where things are written. Okay, let's just do this. It's gonna be like right line rect. Transform, okay. I'm just gonna restart. With that. Draw scaling. Oh, we can't change it to this full screen. Let's set that to false. Then we have it here. Okay. So on window size changed, window size apparently includes being moved. So we set that to true, then we can resize the window. And that means that this doesn't really work. Even though it should, right? And that's because I guess maybe I should make some kind of canvas. Like a Unity canvas. Think so. But I think we are doing things that we should do at some other time. Because this is going to take like all day and I don't really want to do this. Because it's going to feel like shit that we didn't really get anything useful done. But this is something that should exist. Basically, everything needs to have an on window size changed function. And on window size changed, we need to just iterate through every single object in the master object list. And it will just run its on window size changed. But it should really mainly be UI elements that really this impacts at all. It's just so that if you have like, I have a window here, right, in the bottom right, this window and this window up here, if I change the window size, this should move in, right? It's either that or move in and become smaller. But I don't know if I want to make them smaller. I could. But then then we just have like a... Yeah, I don't know. Just doing this could reduce the resolution. Because right now we're just changing the viewport size, but it could reduce the resolution if you do this. That way you could have a small window and still play the full game, you know. But then you might not be able to read. So I'm not sure. But what we want to do today is if you make a getter, can you set it on construction? This is also like this. I don't really know how we should do this. Should it just be like zoom level, current zoom level plus equals increment? And then if current zoom level less than 0, then 0. Else if current zoom level is greater than 1, then zoom level is 1. Something like that. Oh, dead fish. We're working on the zoom. Current zoom level. And then here we can say public float current zoom float. Public float. Old zoom float. Old zoom float equals current zoom float. And then here in the camera, we're gonna say current zoom float equals math.lerp. Math. Where do we have lerp? Math helper. Old zoom float. And we are going to zoom levels. Current zoom level. No. Over game1 dot access dot time. Wait. Game time. Well, if it's an update, I guess we can do a game time. Like this. Game time dot elapsed game time. Is that it? I don't feel like that's it. crunch. When we set the zoom level, we also need to set a time. Zoom transition time equals 0. The float, right? And then here in the set zoom level, we're gonna say float transition, no, zoom transition time equals 0. And then here in update, I also want an actual boolean here that says public bool transition or zoom transition equals false. Here we're gonna say public int old zoom level get private set equals 0. And here we're gonna say old zoom level equals current zoom level. And then here we're gonna say if old zoom level does not equal current zoom level, then zoom transition equals true. And then here we're gonna say if zoom transition equals true, then we are going to do the zoom transition, and we're gonna say here. We're gonna say zoom transition time plus equals game time or something like that. Dot elapsed game time. Though this one isn't really time span. Total milliseconds. In whole and fractional seconds. Okay, so what is it we want? I think it's in seconds. Now the question is, should I actually make everything that has to do with the time double? Double? That doesn't really help either. Because everything else is a flow. right? And then here we're going to say if zoom transition time is greater than 1f, then we're going to set zoom transition time equals 1f. And zoom transition equals false. And I think we should then say current zoom level, or current zoom float, equals zoom levels current zoom level and let's see, current zoom level actually is, it goes from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if current zoom level is less than 0, and this is if it's greater than 10, then we set it to 10. And this is I want to try to create like a smooth zoom. So then here, main controller, it has an update here. Here we'll then say camera dot update game time. And we have mouse input here. And here it's scrolling, right? And here we are setting the scale matrix. Like we're immediately setting this, right? Well, that should not be the case. This should say camera.set zoom level scroll sign. Because then we pass in, am I scrolling up or down? And then that adjusts the camera. And then here, in update, if zoom transition, then here we're setting a draw scaling, and the draw scaling should just be current zoom flow. So we can see what is like draw scaling. The draw scaling goes from 1 to 2f. So should the zoom actually be 1 to 2 here? I think maybe it should. But then we're gonna do this. There. Set scale matrix. I wonder if that works already. Let's try. It did, but it was weird. And it's also bad speed. But as you can see, we are scrolling. And it is smoothly zooming. It's the wrong way around. Public void set draw scaling. Look, draw scaling. And then here it's set draw scaling. Current zoom float. And I think we started on 10. And then here, when this inits, we do set draw scaling. Or let's see. Is here we have zoom transition. Public void run zoom transition. See, current zoom float. Current zoom float would then be this. We need to init it here. Current zoom float equals zoom levels, current zoom level, like that. And let's set this down here. Current zoom level equals 10. Old zoom level. That. Old zoom float equals current zoom float. And then draw scaling is just going to be set to current zoom float in camera. Now this doesn't work at all. Oh, what the hell? Oh, wait. What? I mean, Saros? You bought Saros? Pretty good? Sounds good. Sounds good. Why is it not changing? Set draw scaling. Oh wait, hold on. This is set from here. But what about this? It was being done from here. Right? Yeah, like I just did this here, and it just worked. So why does camera.set zoom level not work? Am I dumb? Okay. Right. It's because this was supposed to be like this. Actually, no, let's just do it like this. There. And now... should this be reversed? I'm scrolling up, and that increments the zoom level up to 2. And that changes the draw scaling to 2. But isn't the draw scaling of 2 zoomed in? So why is it zooming out? So here we have scroll wheel value. So previous mouse state scroll wheel value and current scroll wheel value. So if I'm scrolling up and the previous value is... yeah, it's this one that's just the wrong way around. Because if this is 10 and then I scroll up, then for this to be positive, we need to subtract from the current value, not the previous. There. Now you can still tell though. Especially on these, the ones with the just one line thick waves or whatever on the water. You can see it just instantly becomes super dull when we zoom out. So it doesn't really work that well. So why is there a blue pixel there? Weird. And then when you finish zooming out, it's like instantly super bright. It's not great. We might have to do this. But I think we can try this now. Hello, Mind the Noise. How's it going? Crashed. No, this should be, if this is greater than zoom levels dot length. Greater than or equals to. Sabordas. Is this gonna be rude? But I don't know who that is. He streamed sim racing. I don't know. It doesn't ring a bell. I don't know. Either way, you're welcome. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's see. Acquaintance of his brother's girlfriend. Alright, sounds good. Sounds good. Well, I'm thankful for the shout out. Either way. Let's see. So I'm PT. What does that mean? Portuguese? No, I'm Swedish. Then I have no idea. I have no clue. Let's see, is that correct? I don't really know how I want this to be. Because this works. This is acceptable in terms of graphical, like how zooming affects the graphics. If we only have these two zoom levels, you can't tell that when we're zooming between that it's switching to linear scaling and that it fucks up the art. And you can't tell when it transitions either. So if we just go with these two zoom levels, I think that's going to be good. Are you using an engine or building from scratch? I'm using MonoGame, but otherwise I'm building from scratch. Yeah, normally I'm using Unity, but I'm trying to move away from it. Okay, so now we just need to make the zoom see. The issue here is that right now the zoom is just set using draw scaling. You can understand it through the terms of service stuff. Yeah, it's that, and it's also just, yeah. I don't really like Unity that much. I don't really like using Unity's features that much, so I just end up using Unity as like a platform. You never looked into Godot? I have. I don't like Godot at all. I would rather use Unity than Godot. I don't really like much about it at all, I'll be honest. I don't like the node system. I don't like the Godot language. I don't like that it's based on a Godot language and then everything else is like, you know, you can use C#, but it's actually kind of, I don't know, has all of this shit. Not really a big fan of the people behind it. I don't really see much point in switching over to Godot. I don't think it really has any advantages over Unity or anything. Like, it's really just that it's open source. That's like the only advantage. Otherwise, I don't really like it that much. But that's also why I'm switching to MonoGame instead, because like the only real advantage of using an engine with an interface like Unity or MonoGame, no, Unity or Godot or Unreal, is that you have visual tools that like let you work like a little bit faster or whatever. But I feel like it's mainly for prototyping. It lets you put together prototypes faster. and I'm not really that interested in doing that. So for me, just working in MonoGame gives me everything that I get from all of the other engines without like having to deal with the rest of the engine. Like, I don't mind working with just code, to be honest. There are some things that it would be nice to have that I'll have to make. Like I'll have to make like a level editor, for example, for this, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Now the real question is, I think the node system makes things more accessible, but limiting, agreed. Yeah, I don't know, I just don't like dealing with engines, like ways of doing things and structuring things, when I can just do it myself in like a couple of lists. I don't know where it is. Yeah, like, this is my node system. I just have 4 layers of object types. Game object, game UI, static UI, dynamic UI. And everything just lives within that, and then I just sort it as necessary, and then I just render. Kinda. And it's just simple. And it's annoying to set up, but it is pretty simple. Now, how the hell do I set up the camera? Sprite batch, draw, render target. How does this work? Draw. It's here. Grid matrix dot draw. Sprite batch dot draw. It's this. Position plus camera dot scale the pixel position. Right, so position plus source rectangle. This draws the grid. Now, right now I am drawing everything. I'm drawing like every single tile, even if they're outside of the screen, so we'll have to optimize that later. But right now we'll do it. But so the position is calculated here. Does it have defined canvas? Do you mean the camera? I'm trying to set up like a viewport for the camera. And that's what this should be. This should a defined canvas of the map size. Yeah. I think. It's just a matrix, or in this case, it's just a 2D array of hexagons. And then when I do draw, we're just setting positions and stuff based on that. But there's a lot of optimizations to be done here later. But let's see. This should just be something different. This is right now, this is camera.scale the pixel position. But this should be camera.viewport rect dot X and what's X and Y? How do you get the X and Y of a rect? You want to do tiles procedurally? Okay, so how this is gonna work is that I want to have world generation. I want to have a set, like, you set a world size, and then I want to be able to generate the world. I think we're not going to be able to have like a globe, because I think that my hexagon size, or like the scale of where the game is going to take place, is going to be, it's going to make the game world be too big, and it's not going to be playable. So it's probably going to have to be like continental or something in terms of where you play. But I would like to generate that, at least. We'll see. We'll see. I am not decided yet on exactly what the gameplay loop is gonna be, or how everything's gonna work. And I would like to procedurally generate that map, but to begin with, we're going to create an actual campaign without procedural generation for world generation. And then we're going to work mainly on procedurally generating story events. Kind of. So basically, I want to make something kind of like Crusader Kings or Shadow Empire or something like that, but I want a much heavier focus on like properly procedurally generated events. I want story generation more than I want a strategy game, but I want the strategy game to be kind of like the vehicle to do that. So the main goal here is making cool procedural events, more so than world generation or anything like that. And I do think that the music is a little loud, though. At least for me, can't think. And for the campaign, the idea is that it's gonna do the same thing where you have like procedural events and stuff, but it's gonna have like set events as well, kinda. You know how if you're playing, well, I don't know what kind of games you play, but when you're playing like Crusader Kings or Hearts of Iron or something, you can play it in like historical mode, and in those modes, it will trigger world events when they happen in real life, right? And kind of in the same way, I want to make the campaign work that way. That it has like a certain path it will always take. But I still want those events to have like different outcomes based on what you do in them. I want it to be more like Crusader Kings, as more like a single player RPG. More than it is an empire builder. Something like that. How do you balance them? That's the part that scratches my brain. I don't think you really need to. Well, we'll see. I mean, that's not true. You always need to balance things to some degree. But the idea is really just to write interesting stories and things that happen. Not necessarily about making it be, because 4X games aren't balanced at all. Like, well, not 4X, but grand strategy games. Though, but the terms are kind of interchangeable. But when I think 4X, I think like Civilization. Well, when I think grand strategy, I think like Crusader Kings or something, where, or Hearts of Iron, where you can start as like Germany, where you have like a massive army, or you can start as like fucking Cambodia or something and you have like 2 tanks. So like those aren't balanced at all, right? And kind of like that, where the world is, it's not meant to be balanced, it's meant to be about role-playing. I tried grand strategy games, but it's overwhelming. Yeah, well, for me, it's not that they're overwhelming, it's that they're overwhelming, and when you get over that hurdle, they're actually deep as a puddle. And that's like Paradox games in a nutshell. And yeah, I'm really mostly an RPG guy. I used to be a JRPG guy, but I'm kind of done with that. Because I've played that way too much. But how do you get the bottom left of a rect? Is that location? Top left coordinates, maybe. Let's try that. See what happens here. Fuck. But I think that might be... Yeah. Actually, I kind of feel like that should work. I love more genres, especially Metroidvania / roguelites. I hate those. That's my worst genre. But I do like roguelikes, kind of. I like the idea of roguelikes a lot. I just don't like that all roguelikes are basically just rogue. Again, 10,000 times. I do like Symphony of the Night though. But like after Symphony of the Night and Aria of Sorrow, I'm just not interested in other Metroidvanias that much. Yeah, it's like one of my biggest things when it comes to gaming is I don't like games that don't evolve, right? So for me, playing Symphony of the Night is like literally better than every single Metroidvania that comes after, almost. And so it's like no one's really innovating, no one's really improving. I know Symphony of the Night is like art-wise, it's really hard to compete with, but I feel like it's one of those genres that just don't really do anything. That's why I stopped playing JRPGs too, because I just don't feel like they're really evolving the genre. Because I feel like I'm playing the same game over and over again. But why is my camera not working? Pixel position. That's internal position. I feel like this should work. Viewport rect. For me, the interesting part of the indie market is the bold choices and evolving / fusing genres. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's good. My issue with the indie market is that I feel like Balatro comes out, and then when you're looking at indie circles and you see like what people post that they're working on, it's just like, okay, now we're making slots with RPG. Now we're making fucking match 3 with RPG mechanics. Now we're making... It's, yeah. Let's see. Why is my zoom not working? Grid, matrix, grid. Or was it? There. So, draw, precision, plus, viewport rec dot location. Top left coordinates. Am I stupid? Shouldn't this be it? No, I am stupid. It's here, right? Here. Yeah, this is it. Window width. Right. It's this. This needs to be window width times draw scaling divided by 2. I think. And then minus this. So it's just set to your Windows canvas, I guess, right? Your resolution. What's happening right now is that we are drawing we're basically drawing to the screen first, and then in order to zoom, we are actually drawing it to a render texture. And then after we have finished drawing in like the original resolution to the render texture, I then scale the render texture before I draw it to the screen. That way we don't have to deal with like weird what is it called? Like when the a texture bleeding, when it bleeds over from like the whatever is to the side of it on the sprite sheet. So yeah, that means that I think this should be kind of right. Let's see if this works. And then this is window height. Something like this, and then we divide it by 2f. Oh, that doesn't work. That's because this should actually maybe be like this. Maybe it should be less. My gateway to coding was processing, which is a Java library for creative coding. I never got deep into C# or C++, but I get that logic. Yeah, that's what I like about... It's still just zooming towards the left, though. That's what's weird here. Yeah, that's what I like about C#. There isn't really getting that deep into C#. It's like when you're at like the top level or like the entry level, you're done. Then you can just start working. So render target. Right, so we have a render target 2D. And as we draw, we are drawing to the render target. And here we draw the hex. And then once that is done, we then draw to the screen from the render target. We're drawing the render target to a destination. I feel like this should be right. More coffee. Because all I should need to do is offsetting the rectangle so that it's off screen, right? Partially. So all I'm doing here is I am... How? No, maybe not. Because here we're multiplying the window width by draw scaling. Yeah, no, that is what it's doing. It's... Because we're multiplying the draw scaling, it's pushing the edge out. So it is zooming properly there. And so it should be what I'm doing. Is the math just wrong? Like, I'm pushing us to the left. 25% of the window size in order to center it. Is that not correct? Because if I push it half, then we're not centering, then we're just moving it like over so that we are focusing on like the top right instead. Like is this actually not working? Or am I double dipping on some bullshit? Am I double dipping on... Is this actually incorrect? No. Oh, actually, if you look, it is zooming correctly. Now. It's just that we are losing this. Because the viewport has been pushed up to the left, so we don't have a viewport down here. Yeah. This is where the issue is, I think. Partially. Because what happens here now is that when the draw scaling is 1, meaning we're zoomed out, draw scaling goes from 1 to 2. When the draw scaling is 1, we are still offsetting the screen. But when draw scaling is 1, the window width is actually 1920, window height is 1080, and that's the full... that's just the screen. So if we offset at that point, we are pushing the entire viewport away. So it's actually incorrect. When you're here, it's kind of correct. You see here, it's correct. We're zooming in and out here. But if we go down here, it starts zooming more and more up to the left. So it's actually not correct. It just happened to be correct here. So, I do think it should be using something like the camera here. The viewport rect here. The camera, we should actually always be rendering like it's just the full screen. So the rendering logic should never change. It's just how do we zoom in on the screen? More or less. Scale the pixel position. That's based on draw scaling. So that's actually... that's incorrect then. Okay, that works correctly now. I don't really know what we're supposed to do here. I'm thinking just doing something like this. That's a mess. What does that do? Okay, sure. I think this is very confusing. Let's see, window width. 1920 times 1080. Yeah, this would have to be times 1f times... Wait. I'd have to reverse it, wouldn't I? Something like that. No. Works better, but... Alright. We have to write this out. I'm too stupid to figure this out. Basically... base resolution is 1920 1080 and base zoom is 1f, right? So the way it's working right now is that we are making a new rectangle and it's at 0, 0, and then we are scaling it by 1920 times zoom and 1080 times zoom. That then pushes the render outside of the screen because it gets max zoom is 2f, right? So it pushes the bottom right corner out, which then causes it to zoom in, right? So it should be as simple as just offsetting the X and Y. Right? But the issue is that we can't do any offsetting when the zoom is 1. So it should be something like window size dot x minus window size dot x times zoom. No, that won't work either. It needs to go from 0 to resolution divided by 4. Right, that's the goal. So we can write something like this. Vec2i draw position equals new vec2i. And then we're gonna say this is going to be float draw I'm just going to call it something. Draw mult equals draw scaling minus 1f. I could lerp this, actually, I think. So we could lerp this math helper dot lerp from 0 to window width divided by 4 draw mult. I think that's a legit solution. And then this is window height. Yep, that works. Now, clicking doesn't work. But it does work. I think. I think it's a little off. It's zooming towards here. Not towards the center. But it is very close. Should it actually be? Divided by 2? Yeah, it should be divided by 2. That's because the size of the screen is actually getting like doubled. Okay. So that does work. It's just now the logic of the clicking and the zoom is a bit off. So where is that off? Here, middle mouse button, diff, position, camera set position, camera internal position plus diff. Let's actually make another function here. Public void translate position. Well, let's just call it translate. Deck to increment. And now it's going to be set position, internal position plus increment. Times zoom level, current zoom flow. I think. And then here we just set this as the diff. That didn't work. Let's see, current zoom float goes from 1 to 2. Does it need to be a division? Yes, it's division. Okay, so we can now move around properly. Now we need to be able to click. And here we do check left click. Object dragged. Run click collision check. What I don't like about this is that let's start here. Here. Camera. Set selected hex here. Mouse position. Here is camera minus scaled pixel position. What about camera.rect viewport rect dot location? Does that work? No. Camera. Viewport rect. Pixel position minus viewport size. Pixel position is the internal position. This should actually be plus, shouldn't it? But we're not setting a viewport size. And we're not using the scaling here. Let's see, viewport size. That's not what we want. We want current window size. If we go back here, we're gonna say game1 access.current window size. I don't want to cache here, I think. Not really. Is this a value I should be setting here? Because this is the draw position, right? I don't feel like this should be set every draw. This should be set whenever draw scaling changes. So like in the camera update, I feel like this should be set. What should we call this? This is like a... See, a rectangle uses integers, so it should be a vec2 int. Draw viewport offset. Maybe. Something like that. I'll be right back. So. Yes, this. Like that. And that way, we should be able to use that here. So now mouse position is camera.viewport rect. So now getting the camera rect, that should be internal position this is negative game1 dot access dot raw viewport offset dot x. Y. And then viewport size. This is game1 dot access dot Is this actually set? No. Let's see. Set draw scaling. So the size should be Viewport width, viewport height. I think scale matrix isn't used anymore. So let's remove that. It's confusing. I think this should just be window width, window height. But it needs to be scaled. So this should be window width divided by draw scaling, I think. As an integer. Something like that, maybe. No. This needs to have the position. This is gonna be pixel position minus that, and this is pixel position, but y minus that. And then here, is that correct? No. Um, yeah, this isn't really correct anymore necessarily, is it? Fuck. How do we do this? The mouse position is going to have to be something like... We're not going to scale it. Then rather what we're gonna do is, in order to get the mouse position, we are going to do something like the mouse position divided by game1.access.window width. That gives us a thing. But these are both ints. These need to be floats. Times camera dot viewport rect now. What is this? Dot width. That's just getting W. So if we do size dot X, the width height coordinates. No. Mouse position equals viewport rect dot width So that's the mouse position. Kind of. It's not done. It's not done. The mouse position is mouse state dot position, which is just the screen position. It's camera dot viewport rect dot x plus that. So camera dot viewport rect x plus then we get the percentage position of the mouse on the screen. And then we translate that to a viewport width on the camera. And then we add that to the viewport rect position. And that should work unless there's something further down that doesn't do anything. Right, so what is it doing now then? Now it's not clicking anything. It's actually wrong there, it's wrong here. It's only accurate here. So there's something wrong with the camera offset. Because this is where the camera is in like a neutral position. Yeah, this should be plus. It should be, but yeah, something's still wrong. Basically, I'm trying to make it so that we can get the viewport rect from the camera, and it just like translates the zoom, so that if we zoom in, the X on the viewport rect starts here on the left side and just goes over here with the width. But it's not playing ball. But yeah, because the pixel, the internal position is the top left, right? It's the top left. So I feel like this should be right. Because the camera's position doesn't change when we zoom at all. So that means that the viewport rect needs to be pushed in by the draw viewport offset. So I feel like this part should be correct. And then the scaled viewport size is what we're using here. And so a draw scaling of 1 means zoomed in. And so, mouse position camera.viewport x plus x divided by window width times camera.viewport rect width. I feel like this is actually correct. Why doesn't this work? Let's do this. I mean, this is mouse position 4. Sure. This is mouse position 252. And now it's minus 25. Yeah, no, that's not it. This should always be 252. What am I doing wrong? Viewport rec.x. I'm adding the viewport rect to the mouse. Where is the issue? Scale the viewport size. Like, is that it? That doesn't make sense either. Draw viewport offset. $965.40 000. Yeah, see. No, it's $965.40. So it's 0. So that doesn't affect this. Pixel position is internal position. Scaled viewport size. $965.40. 1920 times 1080. Am I stupid? Like, what is the issue here? I genuinely don't understand. There's just some scaling thing. Because the mouse position is actually a higher negative value on the left than on the right. Which is also really weird. Because it's like you can see here, now it goes from 0-ish up to 1920. And then if I move it to the left, the mouse position goes down and down and down and down. All the way down to like a... now it's a full screen negative. Why is it doing that? Because viewport rect is the pixel position, which is the internal position of the camera, plus draw viewport offset. And that's not a value that goes up, right? Draw, because we have draw viewport offset. It's 0. So that doesn't matter at all. So this is just pixel position at the moment. And then if we go here, we check the position. So we have camera viewport rect X, which is just this. It's just the pixel position plus mouse position divided by window width, right? That should give us 0 to 1. This is just, yeah, it's just... Yeah. It's giving me a value from, for the screen size. Here it's 0, here it's 960. Here it's 0, here it's 1920. So this is correct. Like the mouse position here. How is this in any way incorrect? The mouse position is camera.viewport rect plus that. But the mouse position is negative. What's the mouse position negative? I have two positive values added together. Okay, the viewport rect is actually negative. Okay, I mean, it makes sense, but it also doesn't. Like, why is it rendering correctly if it's doing that? That's what's fucking weird to me. Position plus camera.pixel position. Because that means that this is actually drawing to a negative value. So position yeah, this should be negative. Holy shit. So annoying. I have been tricking myself this whole time. Basically, what's been happening is that when I draw the tiles here in the draw, I was doing position plus pixel position as to where on the screen it should be drawn. That doesn't make sense for the... because if the camera is further to the right, that means that the tiles should be drawn further to the left, which means you have to subtract the position of the camera to get the correct position there. But we were adding it, which meant that the position of the camera would get added, which would push it to the right. And it only worked because I also happened to have set this here to work in this manner. So here we're now incrementing translate here. Let's see. So we are translating it by a diff, and the diff is mouse state position minus previous, and that's wrong. You should always do previous minus current. Okay, so now this works again, but the scaling doesn't work. Scaling is pushing it off over there. Why is that? Yeah, the scaling is pushing it down to the right. Scaled viewport size. This says mouse position 2708. And when I zoom in, that becomes viewport rect 3191. So that's not correct. $3,191 is all the way over here. So I think something is divided by 2 when it should be divided by 4. Is it the scaled viewport size? I think so. So this should be... I think we'll look. So here, the scaled viewport size is window width 2 window width divided by 4. And we should do draw scaling minus 1f. No. Start of that mountain there. This is 1249. It says it's 1728. So that didn't help. It's 1728. It's over here. That's the middle of the screen. Yeah, so it's getting pushed too far. Scale viewport size is now 480, 270. That's not right. Well, this is not what we want to do. Draw viewport offset though. I was actually already doing that. No, now it's zooming up to the left. But let's see. Mouse position here is 1, 1, 5. No, hold on. Here it's 2017. 1771. No, so it's still wrong. Fuck me. I think it's this. This is correct. We're setting the draw viewport offset here. But it's not correct to use that here. I don't understand why. There we go. There we go, finally. Oh, finally. Oh, it works. Holy moly, fuck me. Jesus Christ. Can do that. Clicking on this doesn't eat a click, though. I think it should. Um. So. I'll be right back. I wonder if the draw is incorrect, though. Because here, right? We're drawing window width dot draw scaling. But is there no better way to do this? Yeah. Which one are we using now? Destination. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't know if it matters, but I don't like it. So let's do something else here. I want to fix it. Because I think it makes the logic weird. Basically, the issue is that right now, what I'm doing is I am writing... I write to a render target. So we basically create a texture. Writing like everything that should be written to it. And then in order to zoom, we scale it up by rendering it to the screen, but just scaled up, right? But I'm doing that by simply setting the size of the draw to be like 4K when we're actually drawing to 1080p. But I feel like that's not right. It should be like... It should take a source. We need to calculate what the source position would be. And Draw viewport offset. That's what I don't like. Because the rectangle, the destination should always be the screen. Destination rectangle should always be 0, 0, green, window width, window height. And then we're just gonna pull from the rectangle. And now it'll be the other way around. So now we have a draw viewport offset. We have a current window size, scale the viewport size, scaled viewport size.x. Scaled viewport size.y. And then I feel like this should be a positive offset so that we push it in and then the size shrinks. There is a weird thing, but it is actually kind of doing this correctly right now. think that should be right. Let's multiply it by 2. Yeah. Alright. But now something... Now we're wrong here again. But that works. I think that just makes better sense. Because now we're just like specifying exactly where we're drawing. And what we're drawing. Instead of scaling the size up to like 4,000 or something. Just like scale it. Because I think that's stupid. Because I think it kind of led to having to do weird solutions to make things work. So now the question is, how do we fix the mouse with this? What is the issue now? Okay. There, now it works. Now it works. We can still drag these. Oh. Oh. So, let's see. Is this not supposed to inherit from window? One, two, three, four, five, six. One, two, three, four, five, six. But it's because it's private. Why is it private? Is this gonna work at all? I kind of barely even understand why this works. But yeah, so using hexes start graphics, using hexes start GUI. And then this create looks like this. Should this be a new public static new create? Right? Because here, what does it say? Hides inherited member. Use the new keyword if hiding was intended. Yes. We want a new create. right? And then that's a hex window. Now, where is this used? This is used in... Containing member, create. Oh yeah, prefabs. Right, so here we're creating this. Hex information window. What's the idea here? Because here we have a window component. And here we have an hex info window. So I felt like the idea was to just make the hex info window just be its own component. And then you have a window component there as well. Nah. Then hiw.isMovable equals false. But I feel like this really actually doesn't explain why this it's like it's not movable, sure. But window entity, let's see. If we go to window, mouse input, window behavior, mouse input, window check, trigger. It doesn't have anything to do with if movable. Because here, if I click on this, it doesn't do anything. But it does trigger a draw, like or a drag. This, right? But if I click here, it selects whatever is beneath. And I don't understand why that's happening. Set clickable, right? Static GUI, static GUI. See here, run collision check. Static. Right? Clickable list equals clickable static GUI list. Component flags. Mouse input. Window. Windows have mouse input and update. That doesn't change here. So why is it not working? Static GUI. This is so weird. What the fuck? So if we look at the window again, right? The window is created. It contains a clickable layer. If we go to the prefabs, we check here. We have a hex information layer. It's being created with static GUI. So we have an entity gets created with the layer. The hex info gets created with the layer. Right? So the entity this.game layer equals layer. Doesn't really do a whole lot with it. It just sets its layer. And then we create an hex info window. It does create. Then we create it using this clickable layer. The clickable layer doesn't do anything here. However, in window, it says set clickable, add entity to clickable list, base entity. Which I think is kind of weird, but because it's not actually doing anything at all with the clickable layer here. Because that's just based on its base object. So if we, with that in mind, if we check here, current layer equals base entity.game layer. No, it's only checking against the base entity. Well, that's not it either. And here we are actually changing the order, but this should only be if base entity dot layer equals dynamic GUI. And we'll do all of these things. Not in static. Why does it not work? All right, let's step through this. There. Right. Here now we're clickable list has two. We're going in there. We're iterating through the components of the dynamic windows. And here we now have a window behavior. We're checking, we're returning false. 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 Next object. Same thing, false. 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 Return false. And now we are on static. So now we have a clickable list of one object. We're going in. It's got a transform, sprite renderer, text renderer, and hex info window. Yeah, we're going in there. Mouse input, current layer. It's returning true. So here we are triggering, which we triggered the window. And now window check is true. So it's returning true. Returning true. Is clicked. If is clicked is true. Return true. If clicked, return true. If LMB is true. What? Okay. So it's not about that. It might be like this. Where is it? If previous mouse state is pressed and current is released. Yeah, that's the issue. It's because this here, on the left click, check here. Here it's checking like this. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna say... This needs to be a little bit more complicated. Yeah. We're gonna need to have multiple checks per click, kind of. So here now on window, Here it's gonna say run window behavior mouse input, right? And then it's gonna trigger. And here it's gonna say if base window is movable. If we've made it all the way here, what we have to check is if is it main or is it game 1? It's in main. Yeah, it's in main. So what we need to check is if main controller, or is it globals here? Dot globals dot main dot mouse state dot left button equals pressed and previous mouse state is released. Then we're gonna do this. If movable, then we'll do that. Else we'll always do this, no matter what. This will be done twice, though, which is a little weird, but... I feel like it's either we just do it twice, or I have to make a complicated mouse controller. Where you have to do something like... If you left click, it will create like a left click like handler that will handle the left click all the way from pressing to not pressing, like to releasing it. And after release, it'll get removed after the final release. That way, it can control what it has interacted with in each step. And that way, we can know if we need to trigger things or not. Like, if you have clicked on a window and it has like triggered, like moving it, then you would never want to check if you like interact with it in any other way. But then this doesn't do anything, but I just want to leave it there just so I can tell, like, I can come back and be like, oh yeah, this is how it works. We can just return here. That way, if we click a window, it'll set it to dragged and it will do this. It'll rearrange everything. Otherwise, if we've clicked and we release, it won't do this. There's also a question of like actually tracking if something is clicked inside of a window and then released inside of that window. Because otherwise I might be able to like click in a window that isn't draggable, move the mouse out, release the button, and it'll select a tile. And I don't know if I like that either, but that's easy. That's easy. Kind of. Not really, but kind of. It's not hard, but it's not easy. It's annoying. I don't know if this solves the issue. Does seem to. But yeah, like I said, I can't click here now and then go out here and release and it'll select that, which I don't like, but not that big of a deal for now. Minor bug that can be fixed at some other point. We basically just need to... Why is it flashing white? It's not doing it on my screen. Is it just... Is it flashing white on stream? Or is it just the preview on OBS that's just like wigging out? I don't see any white flashing. Okay, so it's just the preview on OBS wigging out. Hello, ho ho. When I'm running this for whatever reason. And it only does it when I look away too. It probably has to do with this, though. The fact that I'm doing gigaprint lining. I guess. Because it's very heavy. Okay. That's 4 hours. And I didn't do anything. Because I tricked myself with the camera. Oh! Well, it's not true that we didn't do anything. We actually fixed the camera. So it works now. So that's good. But what I had wanted to do was implement buttons for Windows. But, this camera will have to do. It is more noticeable now, though. I don't really know why it became more noticeable. It felt like it wasn't noticeable at first. But now you can see it is quite noticeable when it switches from linear to, well, maybe, I don't know if it shows on stream, because the stream might already use linear scaling, like it might not be proper nearest neighbor when it's like at all. But you can tell that it changes. Now the question is, what is less noticeable? Switching over to linear scaling when zooming, or just utilizing the fact that we are zooming? I think neither is great. That's gonna have to. That's gonna take some testing, I think. It's very minor. Second one seems a lot more noticeable on stream. Hard to tell though, it just looks like video compression artifacts. They're both very noticeable, but they're noticeable in different ways. Here, now that this is only using point or nearest neighbor scaling. It makes the pixels like flicker a little bit when it's zooming, but it's pretty minor. But it is there. It might be alleviated by zoom sizes or something. I don't know, or zoom speeds rather. And here you can tell, mostly, you can't really tell if you look at like the forests or the mountains. They look a lot better when you do this method. But if you look at the blue ones, any line that's like 1 pixel in width will blur with its neighboring pixels, which means it will most likely lose tons of its actual like value. And that's why all of this becomes like really dark when you zoom out in and out. And that might not be there necessarily for like fully fleshed out graphics. It would also be less noticeable if it was like 2 pixels wide or something like that. But it does kind of suck. Because everywhere else, it'll only be noticeable around the edges of things. Whereas here, it gets doubled up because it's each pixel on the water is next to 2 dark pixels, so it gets doubly interpolated, right? But I don't know if there's any other tactic for this. Like, what does anisotropic look like? That has the same issue. I actually don't know what anisotropic means. It's a thing that you use on your graphics in games. Yeah. I really want to work on buttons, but I think we'll stop there. We'll stop there. Did not find a lot of time to work on this week. So, I'm gonna go eat something, and then we'll play more Nier Automata. But I still think getting the camera and the mouse to work better is still a good step forward. Even though most of it was kind of just annoying. It just didn't want to work. But now it should work correctly. More or less. But yeah. Until next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye.